My name's Shoppy Jones, let me show you what I know. Got the holes in my clothes and the rhymes no one knows. Playing games, building bots, fixing cars, smoking pot, giving all that I got. And I'm rising to the top. On Twitch is where I stream when I'm doing all the things. Shooting fool, clown fools. And I'm bending all the rules. Make a place that's my own while I'm sitting on my throne, poking fun, having laughs with the people in my chat. I got dick in the tools, 3D printer with the spools. Got the drone and the phone as I read while around roll. While you're there, grab a chair, get relaxed and prepare for the burdens that I bear and the knowledge that I share. The stream's about to start and we're soaring off the chart. In a small town dive bar where the neon lights glow, we're shooting pool, playing high stakes, feeling that flow. Cue balls cracking, breaking the silence of the room. Got that fire in our eyes, ready to seal our face soon. Rolling up the good stuff, sparking up the green, passing around the peace pipe, living like rebels of the scene. The smoke fills the air, taking us to a higher place, leaving behind the troubles. We're in our own secret space. Bonfires blazing, painting shadows on the gravel floor. Crackling heat warms our souls as the night begins to pour. We're fixing cars on the moonlight with wrenches in our hands, working till they run like beasts, nothing we can't withstand. Sipping on a cold drink, shooting pool all night. Bonfires blazing, the mood feeling right. Flashing lights, the DJ playing the beat. We're the kings and queens of the summer heat. Fueled by passion, we building robots with flair. Piece by piece, creating dreams in the air. Building bridges with circuitry and steel. We're the innovators, making future real. Fixing cars with our hands, sweat on our brow. Revving engines, making them roar right now. From chrome to paint, we make them shine like new. We're the mechanics with skills that are true.
Shooting pool, we got the cue. Bonfires burning, feeling so true. Fireside chats, vibes in the air. We keep it rolling, we don't have a care. Building robots, making dreams come alive. Fixing cars, we get it in overdrive. Getting stoned, feeling the groove, living life, nothing to lose. Shooting pool, flipping them shots. Bonfires crackling, connecting the dots. Fireside chats, conversations deep. We sharing wisdom, secrets to keep.
Alrighty. Seems as though everything is working now, I guess. Maybe, hopefully. I don't really have a clue. Either which way. Ta-da. We got ears, we got eyes, we got eyelids, we got faces, we got jaws, we got me right in the damn way because that's a bad spot for me. Just shove me up over here, I guess. That'd be good. So yeah, we got some parts. We gotta get some tunes rolling, and then after that, we gotta drag out some paint and get some paint on this thing. So we got a nice primer coat on everything. Everything's got a nice black primer. I should have went with a different color. Should have went with gray. As black really soaks up the color. Um, but what do you do? You know, learn as you go, I guess. Drop that down a notch so it's not so loud. Hopefully it's not loud for you guys. Let's see what we got going on over here. Make sure everything is actually set up how I want to see it. So this is going to be about where I'm working. Should be over here. Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, we're gonna add in some detail today. I should probably add that browser source in as well. We should probably do that. Let's add in a image. Image. And we could just crop that in, I guess. Let's see what we got here. Need some reference images. There are some colors I'd like to go with. Um, it doesn't look bad. I guess we can go with this one. This one looks alright, I suppose. Add in a source. Let's add in a window capture. We're gonna call this one photos. Add that in. Image viewer. That'll work. Need that. So there's some colors that we're gonna go for. Um, come over here to zoom in, I guess. We got some yellows. Like the majority of his head is basically black, which is absolutely insane. How dark of a green it is. It's almost like a black or a gray, but you can see the highlights on right here. He's got the highlights right here where it's lighter. This is as dark as it's gonna get. I can't get it much darker than that for the dark greens, so we're just gonna work with it. And then we're gonna add in all this yellow, um, yellowish goldish. The ears are a bit lighter, as you can. Whoops, I'm on the wrong window. This is gonna be tricky. So they're a bit lighter, um, but we can go through and modify things. It ain't got to be perfect. It's just got to scare the shit out of the neighbors. Hello, Caroline. Unless it's Cheryl, in which case, hello, Cheryl. So yeah, that's kind of what we got going on here. And hopefully everything looks all right. All the printing that I'm gonna get done before Halloween is done. So we're just gonna paint it up, slap it together, and see what we can do with it. Because yeah, the printing section has come to a close, seeing as this area right here is what occupies my 3D printer. So it's either one project or the other project. So um, there's no doing everything all at the same time. So I got to kind of break it out into chunks and whatnot. So, but now that we've got it pretty much for the most part painted, the eyes got a little bit of detail going on. These have got to get finished. The ears have got to get finished. I want to add some detail to the face for the yellow around the eyes. Basically, all the yellow that's in the picture needs to get added in. Um, yeah, so there's quite a bit to be painting. So it ought to be somewhat interesting to see what we can come up with and see how close we can actually get it. I'm not a painter by any means, by any small stretch of the imagination. That is not my forte. I suck at painting, um, but we're gonna give it hell, because why not? You know, if it was up to me, I would have just left it black and said, "Hey, there you go. It's all black now," and it's creepy as shit. Throw a red LED on it, and next thing you know, it'll be the scariest thing ever seen um, by small children. But I do wanna add in some color here, and I forgot what I was doing. I wanted black for something. What did I want black for? Oh, I gotta do black on the nose. Oh, well, that's the whole purpose of it. I mean, why else? Why else do you celebrate Halloween if not to scare the neighbor's children into acting right? Put a close on the eyes. Close on the eyes. What do you mean? Gloss. Yeah, yeah. I gotta get a matte. There's After you get done painting everything, you go through and you clear coat everything, and then depending on how elaborate you want to get with the clear coat, you can actually sand between layers of clear coat, put multiple layers of clear coat, and then after that sand it again, and then use a buffing compound or a rubbing compound, and that'll make it look like the eyeballs are recessed, like way down in there. It'll make it look freaking awesome. Um, we're not going that route. We got a deadline here. I've got what 7, 8, 9, 10 days maybe. And this thing's got to be back together, assembled, and ready to rock sitting on the porch. So we are really in a time crunch at this point, um, which I kind of expected. After Halloween, I'll probably go back through, draw up the body, the arms, the legs, the hands, the feet, and then build out the rest of them. But I want to have it ready for Halloween. So, and I still got to be able to connect it to Twitch chat somehow. So it's gonna get to be in some. We're gonna be pulling some miracles here pretty quick, um, one way or another. But regardless, it ought to be fun. What do we got here? So I'm gonna want yellow and gold, and I'm gonna need some crazy weird color for the brown, like this brown right here. This tan is a lot lighter than what I've got currently on the ears. These ears came out basically pink. Um, so I'm probably going to go back over that with some peach and white, which I have no idea what these colors are actually called. No idea, but there's colors. Um, and then yeah, so the eyes are going to get a gloss finish, and then everything else is going to get a matte finish. And it's still a clear coat. It's just going to seal the color in, so then the color doesn't bleed all over the place if it rains or whatever, So it seals everything in, and it'll make everything look, I don't know, I'd say professional, but this is nowhere near a professional job on this one. This one's just a clowning around. Hey, let's build something kind of thing. After building the eye mechanism, I built the eye mechanism just because it was a fun project to build out. I said, hey, this is fun. Let's build it. And then what fun is it if it doesn't have a head to go in? So we're gonna kind of mess around with that a bit. And I do got a fan brush, which is kind of cool. A little fan brush. So hopefully I'll be able to use that on the eyeballs and kind of drag some of this red up. I'm going to add more red to the eyeballs and then hopefully drag that up and make it look like it's got like veins coming into it. As you can see that the eyeballs here, they're not really yellow, but they are definitely yellowed. But you can see how the clear coat on this one came out with the way that they did their clear coat on it. They made the black and the red really look like it was super deep in there. And this is obviously a professional job. This is actually the poster image for Gremlins when it was released back in the 80s or whatever. Um, but they had a whole crew of people working on this shit. This is just me working on clowning around and trying to make something look somewhat resemblant of what we got here. So it ain't got to resemble it perfectly. It doesn't have to be perfect. Nothing has to be perfect. It just has to function. But I want it to function and actually look relatively decent. So here we go. What did I need? Oh, I needed black on the nose. I needed smaller. My wonderful assortment of paintbrushes that I got at the local Meijer for like $3, you know. And my paint that I picked up at the local Meijer for $5. And my palette, you like that? Painter's palette? Yes, sir. Picked that up for $1. Yes, sir. Balling on a budget over here. But sometimes it's just how it be, you know? I don't use all the top of the line fancy stuff for a whole lot of anything. Meijer, Meijer. It's basically like a Walmart before Walmart existed. So it was the precursor to a Walmart, except they don't import all their crap from China. But yeah, they got a whole. It's a variety store basically. They got automotive, they've got clothes, they've got shoes, they've got food, they've got, you know what I mean? It's another Walmart. It's a variety store. So you're not gonna see any of what I'm doing, 'cause neener, you don't need to, right? I'll show you after I'm done, I guess. I don't know. But there is no way in hell that I'm gonna be able to get a camera on this and be able to paint this at the exact same time. All I'm doing right now is just painting the black inside of the nose. That's all I'm doing. Nothing special. Nothing spectacular. Not missing out on anything. Don't get the FOMO. Don't you worry about it. We're just making it black on the inside. Ta-da! Some black on the inside. Don't get the FOMOs. Don't you worry about it. So yeah, that's just it's a good spot to go to get random odds and ends, that's for sure. And they've got electronics department and all that, just like Meijer or just like Walmart. So you can go and get your TV, your next 3 meals, and tomorrow's outfit. New battery for your car. Hobby paints. School supplies. And if you go at the right time, you can be in and out in 20 minutes. I normally go there. They used to be 24 hours. And that was my favorite place to go. I'd go there and hang out and wander around and window shop, as it were, and for hours and hours and hours and hours. Um, but we normally go there, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody was around. 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody was around. Had the whole place to yourself. You could walk through it. You could do whatever, and didn't have any problems with anybody giving you shit or anything like that. So it was kind of nice. But I'm gonna have to figure out a color for that. I don't know what color we're gonna go. I don't know how we're gonna get that gold. I don't have gold. I have a bright yellow, but that yellow is really, really bright. I forgot to set up a water bottle. I need some water. Let's see here. Do I got a container for the waters? I thought I had a container for the water. What happened? I have water. I do have some water. Let's see if we got a container around here that I can use. That one ought to work. That rag had more garbage on it than it. That's alright. We got more rags. Let's make sure I wipe all the dust out and all the junk and crap that might be in the container. Good enough. Hoo-dah! How do you create the thing you put in for 3D printing? And create the thing you put. I'm sorry, I'm not quite following what you're asking. How did I draw this? Yeah, yeah. So basically, what you do is we can turn on some things. Yeah, yeah. I drew all of this. This was all drawn. Everything that I've shown off so far has been drawn up. With the exception of obviously the eye mechanism. I didn't draw the eyes. Let's see if we can't turn on something else. Actually, we'll just kick over to this. We'll go over here. We'll turn on Blender. So basically what happens is here, 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 here. Blender not showing. There's not Blender. Blender. So everything was drawn up here in Blender, right? So that's the whole drawing. That's every aspect of it. And over here behind what you can't see, turn that off. So over here is the hierarchy. So like, let's go through and turn everything down. So I got reference images. I've got the jaw, so I can turn that off and the jaw disappears, right? So that's the jaw. That's all the servo stuff for the eyes. That's the ears, the neck, which is basically how it's all gonna bolt up and everything's gonna connect. So everything was drawn up in here. This thing gets saved out to a file, which we can go back into the, and we'll just leave that there for now. We'll go over here, pop, pop. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Did it freeze? Did it freeze? Is it frozen? Not frozen. We're good. We're good. So that all comes into Cura. So what you do is you export it as a file, and we'll just open a recent. We'll open open this. So that's the ear, right? That's an ear. It's one of the ears. And this is already saved as G code. That's why it's throwing that error. But you import this as an STL, and then you go through and you prepare it. Well, let's actually prepare ones. Open a STL. So you bring this in, and then however you want to print it. Rotate this around this way, rotate it around that way, rotate it this way. Make sure it's inside of your bed space, you know. And I actually had to print this vertically like this, right? So it had to get printed like that. Because it won't actually lay flat on the bed. It's too big. So then what you do is once you do all this, I don't believe did this not slice? Did this not slice? What happened here? What happened here? It should give me an option to slice, and now it's not. Of course it's not, because I'm streaming. Okay, we're gonna open up a different file. Cancel that. We'll clear the build plate. We'll open up files, open a recent file. Let's open up something a little smaller. That's an STL. So that's like that. I can rotate that around so it prints flat. Turn this on. Change this to a raft. I don't want that on a raft though. I want that on a skirt. Why is it not letting me slice these things? No. Why? What happened here? Alright. We're in build plate. I'll just open a file. Why is this not letting me slice now? Because I'm online. That's why. Because I'm streaming. That's why it won't let me slice. Either which way. Normally you'd slice it and then you just click save. It'll export it as G code. The G code is then. Are you back now? Cool. Glad you made it back. Problem here though. There is a problem. So either which way, you save the project from Blender as an STL file. You export it as an STL file. You come and you open up Ultimaker Cura. Open a file. We'll go through. We'll figure out what we got here. I guess we could even open up something different, right? Go over here. That's just images. Miscellaneous crap. Tests. Okay, there you go. So here's an STL. So basically you import the STL, You get the little slice button down here. So right now, if you look at preview, it can't do anything because it doesn't know what the hell it's doing. But if you go through and you slice it, it'll go through, it'll do its thing. And I'm right in the friggin' way again. Oh, there, no, I'm not. So you see down here where it says preview, up here it gives you all the line types, all the different things, your infill, your start points, your finish points. That's the actual shell of it. Is your supports. That's your extruder, whatever extruder. This was only got one extruder, so I can only extrude one color. And it says here that it's approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes for this printer to extrude and print this tiny little benchy. Which doesn't surprise me at all, because this is an old printer and it's slow as fuck. So basically that's how that does it. Now, after this, you save it to a disk. It'll tell you right here that it's a .G code. And the G code is actually what the 3D printer reads, because the 3D printer is a 3-axis CNC machine, so it needs G code. So the G code actually tells the computer all of these steps to do. Now, it'll go through and it'll print all this out, right? So like I said, the line types are here. So the red is your shell. The yellow is, well, this one that's just everything. This here, this outside is a skirt. This here is a support skirt. Another support skirt here. And then the red is your actual outer wall. The yellow is your base layer. And the green is your inner wall. So you got a top, bottom over here, inner wall. So it goes through and tells you everything that is going on here. So if I turned off the starts, you wouldn't see the points where it moves, and then it starts here. It'll print all the way around. It'll move over to here. It'll print this. It'll move over here. It'll print this. It'll move over here, print all this. Move over here, print this. Move over here, print this. Move out here, print that. So it does it in layers. So, and hopefully you're able to see all that, and hopefully I'm explaining this good enough that you're actually able to comprehend. But what'll happen is that's the image that it's going to print, right? So this is the first layer, right? That's just the first layer that it's going to print. And then you take it up to the next layer. There's the next layer. So the next layer just fills everything in a little bit thicker. Everything gets a little bigger. It just keeps printing. And you can see all the different layers that it's printing up and all the different things that it's doing throughout its entire print. It just keeps going until it's done. And then once it's done, you take it off the printer and you get rid of the helpers, and that's what you're left with. So that's basically how that plays out. But it needs G code in order to do all that. But in order to get the G code, all you got to do is save it as G code here, and it does the conversion for you. So hopefully I explained that pretty well. Hopefully that was a pretty good explanation for things. If not, let me know, and I'll try to explain it. G code is the code that the 3D printer requires in order for it to make its moves. So I don't even know what the hell it actually stands for, but it's G code. You've got M code, you've got G code. I heard R code. That is the language. The language is G code. So if we were to pull that up, let's see if we can't bring that up. Close, close. G-code is the most widely used computer numerical control and 3D printing programming language. is mainly used in computer-aided manufacturing to control automated machine tools, as well as for 3D printer slicer applications. The G stands for geometry. Learn something new every day. G-code has many variants. G-code instructions are provided to a machine controller that tells the motors where to move, how fast to move, and what path to follow. The two most common situations are that within a machine tool, such as a lathe or a mill, you're talking to CNC, a computer-driven machine. A cutting tool is moved across, according to these instructions, through a tool path, cutting away material only to leave only the finished workpiece, and/or an unfinished workpiece is precisely finished in any of up to 9 axes around 3 dimensions relative to a tool path in either. So yeah, if you don't know anything about the CNC machines and whatnot, they're really cool. They've actually got. Oh, this is an ad, but whatever. So basically, you can. These are not what I want to be looking at. I want something that's more straightforward. Yeah, we could have just gone to images. Now, the industrial CNC machines that I've operated are they're absolutely insane. We should actually look at that. We should look at. A good image. Is there a good image around here? Come on. I don't want to just see the outer casing of a machine that doesn't explain any of it. Alright, whatever. So inside here, this is just a. This one's crap. I don't even like this one. The ones that I was working on, they actually had multiple tools, but big old computer cluster of controls and whatnot. They were pretty awesome. But either which way, this one actually moves the bed. The bed is the part on this one that moves. So the bed will come across, or it'll go up, or it'll go down, or it'll go forward or backwards. So that's only what 3 degrees right there. Now the tool head actually has its own 3 degrees as well. So it can go forward, backwards, up, down, left, right. And then you can actually tilt them to where they can drill in on an angle. So now you can mill off on an angle. So something like this, where it's got a taper on it, right? So it could actually come in and hit this on an angle, or this could be positioned in such a manner. I'm not even on the damn screen. You can't even see what the hell I'm doing. Oh, no, you can. There we go. So if this was like that, you could actually come in at an angle and just drill this down, or mill this down rather, because it's a cutting tool. And it could just come through and just cut that one edge out, and then you could come in at another angle. Like the part wouldn't move, the head would, right? So as the head moves, it can get a different angle, and it could come in and get this angle and come down and cut all this out. So they're awesome machines. Millions of dollars worth of machines, but they're awesome. Um, but yeah, I was hoping there was a better better image. But these are like these are your bits that you would use, your different cutting bits, drilling bits. This one actually taps holes. This one will tap holes. This one just punches a hole. This one actually smooths a surface. This one would smooth the surface as well. This one, like I said, would thread holes. This one would also thread holes. Um, yeah, that one's a bit different of threads, but yeah, that would thread holes. This one would just cut through with a rounded. When it finally got to its end point, it would be a round cup. These are pretty common for threading holes. Ones like this would just go through and just chunk through everything. But yeah, it's millions of dollars worth of equipment. Just millions. The machine I was operating was actually, after all the tooling and everything was outfitted on it, it was in like the $3 million range. It was stupid. It was absolutely insane. But realistically, what we're doing is we're combining that with plastic extrusion. And this is also something that I did. But the plastic extrusion, you got the hopper, which is all your material. See if I can't get a bigger picture for you. So you've got the hopper here, right? So the hopper is where you put all of your, what they are is like pellets and ground down old material. And you would put the material into here. You got a thrust bearing, which is the part that makes it go forward. You've got your screw, which is what actually forces it through. The thrust bearing is actually this part. So you got the motor, the gear reducer box comes up to the thrust bearing. The thrust bearing then connects to the the screw. On the other end, you've got an adapter and a die. Normally, the adapter and the die is they're separate, but basically they come off at the same time. And this whole screw assembly comes out, so you can clean the screw. Um, you got a bunch of thermocouples, which just lets it know the barrel temp. This is your barrel. The whole thing is the barrel. And that just, here's your feed zone. So this is all still from here to this point here. It's still all solid material. Once it gets to this point, it's good and hot. So that starts melting. So all your plastic pellets, they all start melting together and start making an ooze. And it's a hot, nasty, disgusting ooze. And it stinks to holy hell. A melting pump. So at this point, it's finally hot enough to where it's just a flat out ooze. And when it comes out here, it gets forced through a die. So the adapter just narrows it down to whatever you're printing. Now the die on them can be basically anything, but a lot of your plastics like this, these are all extruded pieces. These are all extruded. It starts at the barrel and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going until it gets to a slicer. The slicer comes through and chops it. It's basically just a really fast blade. Um, and there's normally a parameter set for how often, how frequently it cuts. The line runs normally on a speed control. Basically, what we're doing with the 3D printer is the exact same thing. So from this, so with the 3D printer, you've got your filament. It'd be nice if I had a better image. There's a better image. So here, you've got your material, and there is no material in this image, of course. Why would there be? Give me one with material. Actually, you know what? Let's look at the one I wanted. No, that's soul ball. Go to bamboo. There we go. So what you got here then is you've got your material instead of it being in a hopper. I want to open this in the window. So you've got your material coming out. It goes through the hot end, which the hot end is basically this corkscrew, right? So with this corkscrew, so this corkscrew is basically just this section right here, right? So what happens is this feeds in, and when it comes out, it's coming out at just a nozzle. So there's no form that it's being pushed through or die. So it's just coming out as just a single strand. Now, this is a combination of this setup here and the CNC machine. So the CNC machine is the one that was moving all about, and it's got all its different axes and all that stuff. Well, you've got 3 axes of movement here. You've got up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. So with everything going every which direction that it's going, it needs that G code in order to know where it's going, how it's getting there, and what it's going to do. But at the same time, it's then doing this plastic extrusion bit. So it's combining plastic extrusion and CNC, and that's what makes the 3D printer, which is genius. I mean, it's whoever came up with that originally, mad props. But that has brought a lot of manufacturing of random silliness and, desk trinkets and shelf trinkets and toxic waste trinkets and massive amounts of garbage collection and everything else for plastic um, to everybody's home. So now everybody can do this, which is great. I think it's incredible. But that's basically how the 3D printer works, and that's why it needs the G code. The G code is there for the CNC aspect of the machine, which is the movement part. The up, the down, the left, the right, the forward, the backwards, and then of course how much material, how fast is this corkscrew moving, how fast is everything going, how thick are the layers is based on how fast the screw is being turned and how much material is being pushed out. How hot the temperatures are determines how stringy or how how thin the material is going to get extruded, um, or how goopy, I guess you could say. um, Very technical term there. But that's how the plastic extrusion process works for the 3D printers. So maybe you learned something about that. Maybe I didn't explain it very well, but please let me know. Can it be recycled? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It can totally be recycled. The plastic extrusion plant that I was working at, we actually went through and every batch that didn't come out exactly right, if it wasn't the right material, or you're going to have a startup section as well. So as it comes out of that die, it normally goes into a water bin. Let's go here. So what'll happen is here's the die, right? So it comes out of here. This is a perfect image. So here's your hopper. It gets fed into your corkscrew. Your corkscrew then forces it out the die. This die is what this is right here. It then goes immediately into a trough, a water trough, super long water trough. And what'll happen is as it's running through the water trough, it's actually cooling down. So at one end, you got the extruder. It comes down, it pushes it down. This is probably a terrible image of it. Let's see if I can't find a better image. Either which way, it's going through like 30 feet of a water trough. And some of these water troughs, like it comes out of this die, that's just your initial die. And some of them will actually have multiple dies after that that are actually in the water that have water jets blowing inside of those. So they've actually got a cavity that actually feeds through, and then it's two halves of a mold basically. And once you get it ran through the one, you would actually put the other on top of it, and then you would adjust your water pressures and your water amount that gets sprayed into it for it to cool properly and everything to get adjusted. But what'll happen is the waste from that actually goes into a like a shredder, and it turns into new material that can then get put back into the hopper. So then you put it back into the hopper, and then it extrudes away again. Now with 3D printing, it's a bit different. Um, and I looked at one of these, but this is super freaking expensive. Um, and we'll wait for the ads to roll through. You don't have to watch them. That right there, you can see that he was. Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk. So they've got actually what he's building here is an actual plastic extruder. So that's your screw, and that's all your scrap that you can mulch down into this, and then refeed that in, and then extrude out like we just seen on the plastic extrusion line. You can actually extrude out all your own material, so it can be recycled. Let's see if I can't get down to somewhere where it's actually useful or beneficial, and he's not just running his mouth without the ads. I can't wait for the election to be over with, just so I don't have to listen to it. So basically, you're just gravity feeding all of that into the extruder. The extruder is then pushing it out the bottom here. There's your nozzle for the extrusion. That comes out, comes back up to this tool up here that grabs it, feeds it back around, and it puts it onto the spool. So you can extrude it, or you can recycle your waste. Do people? No. This machine right here he claims is only $600. Um, I think I actually looked at this one, and it came out to being something ridiculously stupid expensive. Oh. Oh, that's a streaming gear. This Patreon crap. Hiring tips. Rest of the products. Blah 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 blah. Hope this was it. No, this is just random junk. I thought I looked at it somewhere, but yeah, it was stupid. It's stupid expensive. It was like $2,000 for plastic extruder. I was just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's not gonna be today's thing. That's not how we're doing. Where am I at? I'm over here. Let's go back over here. Back over here. Let me turn the music back on because I'm done listening to blah blahs. So yeah, you can go through and recycle it and all that, but do I know anybody that does? No. Do I plan on doing it? No. It'd be cool if there was like a place that you could take your 3D print stuff, like your old material, um, your supports, like that one already got thrown out because this had a shitload of supports that were it's just garbage at that point. I've got a bunch of material laying about that's just it's junk. But it would be cool if there was a place that was set up that just did the breakdown and recycling of the material. And I don't know if there is or not. I haven't really looked into it. But maybe I will. Maybe I'll look into that. Um, but it's definitely an outfit because you've got multiple different things going on. I mean, you got this is PLA, then you've got ABS, then you got PETG, and then you've got glow in the darks, you've got ASA, there are literally thousands of different types of plastic out there. Um, so trying to get everything separated and trying to keep everything orderly and organized for doing something of that nature on a manufacturing scale would be I could see that being a pain, like a really big logistical pain. Uh, but like I said, that's not something that I would be doing personally. Um, we're gonna want some colors. I'm gonna want some colors. I don't even know what the hell we're doing at this point. I got sidetracked. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were looking for some other colors. So yeah, it's quite the thing. But what do we got here? We got eyes are gonna be somewhere in that area. Those are gonna be doing that. I suppose we'll be doing that next, eh? I suppose we can start at the top and work our way down, but we're not gonna want that. I don't know what color we even want for that. I kinda want gold for that, but it's not really gold. It's more of a beige. Really don't like the beige. Let's see what we can't come up with for some beige. See what we can't come up with here in our colors. Give me some colors. Yep, find something that I like here. don't like it. That. Doesn't look terrible. Alright, we'll get probably easier if I had a spoon or something. I don't want to. I don't know. Whatever. I had the wrong brush for this, but definitely the wrong brush for this. Let's see if we can't find something that's a little bit better. Try that one. Pizza ain't bad. Just had pizza last night. Wasn't terrible. Yeah, paint time. We're gonna give it hell. Definitely gonna give it hell with the painting, because, like I said, I am not a painter. I had a friend who was a really good painter, but not like artistic kind of painting. It was more vehicle painting. But he did like getting quite elaborate with his vehicles that he painted. I gave him a hand with a couple of them. It was fun, but a little bit more for him than me, because I was never any good at it. I did a lot of the sanding and prep work. There is a lot of prep work that goes into painting a vehicle, let me tell you. Of course, it's acrylic, so it's weird to work with. Almost like painting with watercolors. As soon as you touch it, it wants to do whatever it wants. Not a super smooth finish on the 3D print. I did not go through and sand anything. I just put primer on it. So, for better or worse, might have been a mistake to not sand it, but I think it would have taken a lot longer to paint it had I sanded it. Sanding, I'd still be sanding right now. This would have been a sanding stream. Then you could have been really bored. Because sanding is boring. More boring than watching me paint. Watching me paint can be pretty boring, I think. Not much of a painter. Not very good at it. But I figure why not? We'll add a little bit of color to it. I guess so it's not just a bland black or bland green. Give it a little bit of color. Just add in a touch of color. That way it doesn't look like it's just a solid one color. How boring is that? Pretty boring. Going through and putting on multiple coats of it. That's how it goes. And all this time, you guys haven't been able to hear a single thing. That'll make you feel like an idiot. Well, I've been jamming out this whole time. I don't know about y'all. So sorry. And you probably didn't see or hear any of the guy talking about the extrusion stuff, but that's alright. He didn't need to. All you need to know is that it's expensive and not many people do it that I'm aware of. Line right there. And that'll look alright. Doesn't look terrible. There we go. We got some yellow. I might put in a little bit of black with the not certain what I'm gonna do there. Well, a lot of this has its I don't know. Majority of that is that brush. Give me that brush instead. That one's gonna cause me a problem, isn't it? What's this? We don't have any sharp objects around here. Unfortunately. It's already giving me problems. Not really. Not really. I don't really enjoy it. Just because I'm not that good at it. Takes a lot of practice, and it's something that I never really. Yeah, it's fucking took forever just to paint the eyeballs. I mean, the eyeballs took me 3 days to paint those things. Something that if you don't practice it, you'll never get any better at it. And I do not practice painting. So I haven't really gotten any better at it over the years, um, unfortunately. But I mean, it is calming, you know. It's definitely calming, but it never quite comes out looking how I envision it in my mind, um, which is kind of discouraging. Because when you got a vision of something and then you go to execute and it looks like dog shit, kind of puts a damper on the mood. And this is actually like the first time that I painted with acrylics in probably 20, 30 years. Long time. Long time. I did paint some model planes as a kid. They weren't model planes, they were model rockets, but model paint at that point. Haven't done a whole lot of painting since. At least of this caliber. Most of my painting comes in the form of a rattle can or an industrial sprayer. So, and when you're spraying, it's a hell of a lot different than sitting here doing this. Spraying something, be it a car or parts or whatever, it's never going to be seen again. Or if it is going to be seen, then it's a lot of prep work involved, a lot of sanding. This didn't get any sanding, no prep work was put into this whatsoever. Just so I had enough time to get everything done. On the next version, I will definitely be going through and sanding things down. Um, that'll be next Halloween's project that will probably start in August. Because, good grief, I was not expecting the amount of time involved. Of course, I'll have most of the drawings figured out, but we still got to go back through and redraw. Like I said, there ain't no sense in doing the same thing twice. That's just silly. So, if you're going to do something and you're going to do it again, take the time, put in the effort. Shit, my finger just went right in that paint. Um, take the time, put in the extra amount of effort, figure out where the downfalls are of Model 1, and in version 2, make it better. Which is normally how I like to do. Every time that I make a version of something, I want to make it better than the previous version. Which sometimes starts with a ground up overhaul or just some minor modification to what's already there to make it better after seeing where the downfalls are. This one will definitely be sanding. Sanding would have made this look a hell of a lot better. I would have been a little bit happier with it, but not that I'm not happy with it. It's just it would have been better. Might get some more expensive paintbrushes next time. Um, might get something that looks a little bit better, but whatever. It is what it is. Half hour until ads roll again, which is good. Where we at? We're on the next brow, which looks to have quite a bit more. Still gonna come down just as much. Don't like as much paint as I got on there.
Hmm. Sure. Sure. Why not? Add some color just to break it up a little bit. See what else we got. Teeth are not going to be that yellow, but should probably go back through and Yeah, I think the next one I'm gonna outsource the painting to somebody else. And send it down to Babe Ross and have her do the painting. She's hell of an artist. She's really good with acrylics too. Me, not so much. And by not so much, I mean not at all. Better. Yeah, right. Fucking with it before I make it worse. Because we gonna make it worse. Alright, what else we got? What else we got here? We got a bit of a swoop there. Just a wee little bit of a swoop there. Sure. What else we got here? Whatever. Went from being a good pinstripe job to being trash. How it looks like trash. That pisses me off. Ugh. And that's why I hate painting. Because everything goes so good until that one little slip. And then everything looks like shit. So, cool. That's fun. Whatever. It's a good thing it's going to be dark out. Because you're never going to see it. I just see it here. Which pisses me right off. But, whatever. Yeah. Got a little bit of yellow there on the eyelids. So the eyelids will have that. Where's my camera at? So it'll have that gold when the eyes close. There's an inside and an outside. Here's an outside and an inside. And an inside. These two pair together. So when it's open, you'll catch that yellow. Then when it closes, it'll catch light. There it is. So it'll all look like that when it closes, but then when it opens, you'll catch that rim around the outside of the edge. It's like these could use a little bit more because green is rather thick. Before this dries out entirely. Hey, what's going on, Juban? How you doing, man? It's coming along. It's enough to drive me nutty because I'm not a painter at all. Terrible at painting. Absolutely terrible at painting. But we're giving it a go. Give it hell. Maybe it'll just move so fast that you'll never notice. Will it be ready by Christmas? Maybe. It all depends. I got about a week, a little over a week for Halloween. And yeah, he is a Christmas movie character, and yeah, he will hopefully be done by Christmas. Currently we're working on Halloween decorations, so the Halloween is what, next week, next Thursday. So we got a week from Thursday. So I just gotta bolt everything together, piece everything back together, and then put in all the electronics, and then yeah, we just got to yeah, we just got to finish out the painting, which the painting is terrible because I'm terrible at painting. So that's how that goes, which kind of sucks. Because if I was better at painting, it'd look a hell of a lot better. So let those dry. Those are probably going to need another coat, which means I'm going to have to try to magically recreate this egg yolk yellow. And eventually I'll have to recreate that, which is going to be a nightmare, but whatever. Yeah, so we're just kind of trying to figure out how we're going to go about this. I need to do another yellow-ish for the ears. That came out friggin' looking like Dumbo's ears. Look at this. It's pink as came out pink. So I'm gonna have to recoat over all of that, but at least it's a good base. instead of the black. You can see the black here, and then the green, the black, and then the pink. Yeah, I was thinking if I wash it with some yellow, it'll be all right. But the problem is this yellow is, I mean, this yellow is bad. That yellow, this yellow was mixed up with white and peach, and it gave me this gold that I got on everything. This yellow though, by itself, oh my god, dude, it is so bright, so bright. Um, but with the peach being there, I could probably wash it out. Oh, dude, yeah, it's worse than clown makeup. Um, it's really bright, and even on the eyes, like this was washed out with that was washed out with the peach and the and some white, and I forget what else I put in with that, but even that's still god awful yellow. Like it's bright. It is a bright, vibrant yellow, which is good because I can always dull it down, but it's still gonna be a pain. And then trying to get some kind of texture to it. So I mean these are just flat. So trying to bake in texture is not exactly my forte at all because I'm not a painter to begin with, so I'm surprised it's looking as good as it is because otherwise it looking like a sheet. But I do want, like, if I was to mix that yellow with this orange, like, in this orange, fucking circus colors, man. Fucking circus colors. I mean, this shit is so bright. I can't even get it to show up in the camera. Very bright, vibrant colors. If I threw a little bit of red in with that, I threw a little bit of red in with that. That wouldn't be terrible. Would it? Really don't know. Oh, we're gonna throw a little bit of red in there too. See if we can't come up with some crazy concoction for what we got going on. Because man, this is wouldn't be a terrible color. Wouldn't be a great color either. Primarily just orange. It's just darken the orange. Um. Oh yeah. No, if you notice, I have my nice little color palette here. All of these paintbrushes are about the same as far as width. So if I just take a scoop of paint and shove it into one of these trays, I can count basically how much paint's in there. But I normally like to try to keep things even. OCD and all that good jazz. Um, So if I do one, it's normally one of everything. If I do two, it's two of everything. You know what I mean? Like everything is pretty close. But that looks like trash. Wonder if we got my audio's out of sync. Wow, that sucks. Try the old turn it off and turn it back on again. That help it? Or not help? That help? 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio's leading the video. Monitor and output. Let's not do that. Monitor off. Monitor and output. How does that? That seems like it's right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Seems like it's pretty close for me. Is that better? You back on the right page? I have no idea. Trying to diagnose audio on Twitch. Yeah, that's a job in and of itself. This comes out too. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. Like it. Yeah, as far as touch up goes, it's not gonna matter. Touch up on this project isn't gonna exist. It's gonna get painted. Whatever the paint sticks, that's what it's gonna be. Like I said, this is gonna be a porch decoration um, in the dark on Halloween. So, with any luck, I'll have an LED or something on it, and might put it in like a box or something, just so his head's sticking out of the box. I don't know, something silly. It's gonna be something stupid and goofy because I didn't have time to do all the rest of them. So we've got this section, and that's it. So we still got to do all of that in order to finish him off. So it's still pretty sweet. But I don't like. There are some things that I'm gonna do different next time. Um, on his face here, you see how it's got the ripples. I'm actually gonna not print it like it is. I'm gonna actually build that into the 3D print so it actually has those layers. I was thinking, all right, I can just do that in paint. I'm not that good of a painter. I mean, we could try, but I'm not that good of a painter. but it is going to be pretty sweet. And I completely missed my bathroom break 20 minutes ago. Um, it's all right. We got a minute. So I got to try to figure out what we can do about these teeth. Like they've got like a weird color to them. Like they're almost the same color as the eyes. Well, around the eyes, that gold, or up here even. But let's go to a different video. So they're pretty close to that. They're like a whitish, tannish, reddish, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll do. Ah, yeah, sponge fading. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Maybe. If I got time to learn how to sponge paint. I don't think I quite got time to learn how to sponge paint. It's got to get done. Shit ain't gonna get done if I'm learning how to sponge paint. We actually, when I was a teenager, my stepmom at the time, she did an entire accent wall and sponge painted it. I got to help her with that, and it came out looking really cool. It looked really drippy with the colors that we used, but it was a lot of fun. The only like downside of it was I was standing on a ladder because it was the wall right next to a stairwell. So you had the stairwell and the wall right next to it, which had like a ledge like this all the way across to the end of the wall there, and the stairs went down, and this whole wall. I'm standing there on a ladder, leaned over that because there was a handrail that came around it, and then the stairwell went down. So I'm leaned over the entire. It was yeah, it was fun. Fucking not reckless endangerment of your child at all. Let's climb up there and paint the wall with this sponge right quick. It'll be fine, right? I wanted just a smidge of that. Just a touch of yellow. Oh yeah, yeah, the good old days back when back when laws were just mere suggestions. Because man, we don't give a shit. Um, it might be. Yeah, those were the good old days back when I was young. Nobody gave a shit, and seatbelts were optional. Eh, back in the days when you went out riding your bicycle and you didn't have a helmet because they didn't sell helmets except for motorcycles. But if you weren't on a motorcycle, you did not get a helmet. I'm sorry. No helmet for you. And the motorcycle helmets weighed 30 pounds. I miss those days. These were a lot simpler. Survival of the fittest actually meant something and catered to all the idiots. You want to do some stupid shit, you might not survive. And nobody cared. I'm like, well, that schmuck died. Oh well, moving on. Maybe the next one you raise will be a little bit smarter. Shouldn't be so cynical about it, but that's how it was. It's just how it was. And it was beautiful. No favoritism. There wasn't no. The ones that were favored are the ones that survived. Wanna fuck around and find out? You found out. Times. I don't know why I'm painting the back of the teeth. They're never going to be seen. Completionist, I guess. That's going to take a few coats. Alright, it's a good thing we got a lot of teeth. Time we get done with the first set of teeth, we can make our way back to the second set of teeth, and by the time we're done with that, we can come back to the first set of teeth. Not a painter. Even after I stop streaming tonight, I'll probably keep painting. Just to get some shit done. Because this, time consuming. So time consuming. Especially when I'm doing it. Very slow. Yeah, Darwinism. Yeah, it used to. It used to. I miss those days. I miss those days. Now it's catered to everybody. He's or she's, and she's or he's, and who knows what who is, and who what is, and it's something else. Definitely live in a weird world these days. Things were a lot more black and white back then. It was pretty cut and dry, you know. Do some stupid shit, you get fucked up. You get fucked up, it's probably because you did some stupid shit. You know, I mean, it's pretty simple. Now it's just all over the fucking place. Yeah, yeah, I like it. Those are looking good, and you learned. Yeah, you learned quick. Like it was, it did not take long to learn. Mm. You could always tell the ones that didn't learn. I had a few friends like that. They never learned. Ever. Like, they could run headstrong straight into a fucking brick wall, fall down, stand back up, and do it again. Like, fucking, you didn't learn the first fucking time? That might hurt, you know? Like, they were fun to watch, though. You know? Just sit there and watch them just be stupid. It's like, yep, that's gonna hurt. I bet that hurt, didn't it? Yeah, that hurt. Do it again. It was bad when you had the friends that would always instigate. You know, oh no, it'll be fine the second time. It's easier. Well, bam. Yep, hit that brick wall again, didn't you? Dumbass. That's the music we're listening to. It's reminding me of a lot of the high school days, doing some dumb shit. Uh, we had fun. We definitely had fun. Definitely had some fun with it. I mean, it wasn't all terrible. There was some fun to be had in the process of being dumb, watching other people be dumb. Sorry, this is all off camera, but in order for me to get the right angle, it's either you're looking at the back of my head or you're not seeing it at all. If you're looking at the back of my head, you're not seeing it anyways, so what's the difference? Very sorry. Very sorry that my top-down camera is not stationed where I can currently paint and see what the hell I'm doing. It is kind of difficult to see what I'm doing anyways because I'm painting a black item with a black background. Kind of a pain to begin with. But I'll let you see it here in a second. It'll look sweet when I'm done with it. I promise. Good enough for me at least. But by no means am I a painter. It's not my specialty, not my forte. So yeah, while those were black teeth on that black background, that was a little bit tricky trying to see what I was doing, so I had to bring it a little bit closer to me. We're gonna burn up the rest of this paint while I've got it. And hopefully we're able to and I'm just torn between whether or not I'm gonna do the gums inside the jaw, or I'm just gonna leave those out. I might just leave those out. Might not paint those. Oh, I like it a lot. Oh, it's trash now. I do like it a lot though. She look good. Yeah, those teeth really made it look good. That's what I was hoping for. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's really gonna sell it right there. Yeah, that's gonna sell it good. I like it. I like it. Like it a lot. Got a broken jaw like that. Let's not do that. Still looks terrible. Wow, that camera angle is way off. Yeah, that's that. And the only thing we got left now is what we're gonna do. Like I said, I was gonna do the gums, but I don't think I'm gonna do the gums. I mean, it'd be a good touch if I did. You know, just kind of wrap around on the inside and then on the inside, but you're never gonna see it. So maybe if I get bored tonight or tomorrow, I'll add that in. But in the meantime, you're never gonna freaking see it. If you ain't gonna see it, what's the sense? I do gotta sit down and figure out what the hell I'm gonna do about. I have that like that, right? That'll be like that, except that's gonna be way up in there. Funny. It's funny how much the camera angle really throws it. Throw it on the ground. It's easier that way. So yeah. Oh, what else we gotta do? We gotta do the ears. And I've been procrastinating on those basically the entire stream. I'm gonna have to stand up and stretch for a minute, hit the bathroom, get something to drink. We got 20 minutes until ads. I really don't want to crack open. Oh, I guess we can. I guess we can do some red on the eyes right quick. That won't. That won't take but a minute. That'll take us into the next ad break, and then I can hit the bathroom. And yeah, take me a little bit of an extended break, hit the bathroom, and do some things. Grab something to drink, and then all that good jazz. What do we got here? We want some red, but we don't want that. Don't touch the wet paint. Too late. The fuck are you gonna show up and tell me not to touch wet paint? You're late, son. You're late. Yeah, we're just gonna take. I think we're just gonna take this red here. I'm gonna move this out of the way for a moment. Don't touch the wet paint. I'm just over here painting everything. My other monitor over here, big old smudge of paint on it. Yeah, we got this. Don't you worry about it. Thinking much matters. Just putting a little bit of paint on here. We're gonna try something. This might just destroy my eyeballs, or it might make it look really badass. One or the other. In my mind, it looks really badass. However, in my mind and on paper, it's two completely different fucking things. What the old one looks like. This is what the new one looks like. Can't see shit because this light is blinding. So there's what the old one looks like. And there's what the new one looks like. And you still can't see shit. Never mind. Give me my light back. Let's see what the hell I'm doing. We're gonna go back through and repaint the outside edge of that anyways. I'm not. I'm autistic, not artistic. See what I did there? Yeah. Mm, not gonna be able to get good lighting on it, am I? Not. Not gonna be able to get good lighting on it. Which kind of sucks, but whatever. Yep. Balls. Balls. It'll be alright. That's not gonna be alright if I keep that running like that. That looks terrible. Oh yeah. Try not to. Try to keep my eyes closed as much as possible these days. Makes life easier. A lot of shit out there you just don't want to see. Trust me. Plenty of shit that I've seen that I wish I never did. That's the bitch of it, though, is once you see it, you can't unsee it. I like it. Gonna look good once I clear coat the shit out of them. That'll be that. So that's red. Dry all these brushes so then I can actually do stuff. Where are we at? We got about 8 minutes till pre-rolls, or 8 minutes till the ad rolls. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to take an early break. Leave the music rolling for you. Hopefully it doesn't play anything too offensive. It's dangerous with my music selection, especially when we're on my all the pieces that I'm going to be printing are done for now. So we've got the jaw, the head, the eyes, the eyeballs, obviously the mechanisms. I got 2 ears that need to get desperately repainted, and then a two-piece. It's a two-piece mount. And the way this mount goes is it will actually latch on underneath here. Whoops. So it's going to latch on underneath the bottom, under here. So it's going to bolt up underneath the jaw here. And then once that bolts up and the ears are on, then this bolts through the ears and holds everything kind of in place. And then on the bottom side of that, I've got a 4-point mount. So I'll be able to mount it to a rod, just because I didn't have time to be able to print out the body. We are completely out of time. We're already pushing the limits at this point because my painting skills, obviously, I've been at it for 3 hours and I've painted this. This is literally all I painted today for the last 3 hours. Not this, not this, just this. And not even just this, I'm just talking the off-whites here and the yellows. That's it. Everything else was painted green before I started. So it has literally taken 3 hours to go 2 inches. I mean, the equivalent of that in paint measurements, whatever. But yeah, yeah. I am not a painter. Not a painter. Yeah, yeah, doing great. Doing absolutely fantastic. I managed to paint 4 little lines. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 5 teeth here, 4 teeth here, and a couple of lines on the face. And that has taken literally 3 hours. Not a painter. I'm gonna outsource this shit next time. Because I don't paint. So I guess we can just let all that sit there, and there you go. There's today's progress. Congratulations. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I got a couple of minutes. So we're gonna let the music play, and then we will be back. Can you hear the music, Matt? How loud's the music, Matt? Pretty loud. Pretty decent. Stream lag. You don't hear the music? What about now? I'd hope so, because it's jamming. So, alright. I'm gonna hit the bathroom and all that good jazz. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. We back. Turn this down a bit. Turn that down. Turn that off. Alright, let's figure out what the hell we're doing with life at this point. What do I got for paintbrushes? I have a paintbrush left that I can use. Well, I got a few paintbrushes left, but one big paintbrush left. Those look alright. I like it. I like it. Just set him over there. There we go. Yeah, it looks pretty good like that. You guys can all sit down here. Here, out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. Alrighty. Now comes the fun part. Now comes the fun part. We gotta make a lot of different fancy colors come out of friggin' nowhere, so this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna want it dark up in here. Dark. So basically on the edges, I'm gonna want it lightish and then kind of darkish. So this is gonna be fun. Let's make fancy, fancy, fancy freaking colors right quick. Let's see what we can come up with. See what kind of colors we can come up with on this palette here right quick. They're gonna be fancy. I'm gonna need a shitload of them, and I might be running out of white. Yeah, we might be running out of white in a hurry. Yeah, we might be running out of white with a quickness, actually. Good tune. Yeah, we're gonna try to make do with what I got. We're gonna try to make do with what we got. If I go up to the store tomorrow, so I gotta get clear coat. I gotta get clear coat for the eyes. Are gonna need a gloss clear coat, and then the rest of it is gonna need a matte clear coat. So I gotta go and get those. I don't have those. Too dark. Still too dark. Tempted to drop some yellow in there, but I really don't want to. Yellow is super overpowering. Still gonna need more white. Good grief. Real. It's gonna have to work. There, so we're working from the outside in. That. Yeah, that color looks a lot better, doesn't it? That color looks a lot better. Of course, you can't tell. It's all washed the fuck out. I can though. Good grief. Be a bitch to cover that though. Yeah. We'll add in some dark. Yeah, we're not getting that detailed with it. Like I said, this is going to be inside of a box with an LED on it. So it's going to skew the colors anyways. Doing now is we're just adding in color right now. That's all we're doing. Not even we're not even giving a shit about covering it all entirely at this point. Like if you look at it, well, yeah, right. Yeah, there we go. Now you can kind of see. I'm not even adding it in solid or anything. I'm just kind of throwing. Probably not. But good God, am I tired of my phone blowing up? That game's getting muted. Four fucking messages from some stupid bullshit game. Aggravating. Just gonna add in some color. Lighten it up a bit. Just a little bit better. Better. Still looks like shit compared to what it should look like, but that's alright. We can just keep adding more color. To move on to the other piece here in a minute. Alright, just add in some color to it. Give it a little bit of depth, a little bit of darkness. Sit over there for a bit. Do it again. Yeah, color tone. Definitely a color. It's definitely got a tone to it. Sure. Um, hmm, right. No, it looks like shit. I mean, it looked like shit before, so anything's an improvement, right? Not quite certain what we're going for here, but now it looks like shit entirely, which was fun. Thick. Just keep adding color. Oh yeah, lots of detail. Just keep adding color. it'll it'll develop its own detail. Might not be the detail you're going for, but it'll have detail. Might not be the detail we're looking for, but it's there. Burn up the last of my white as well. White's gone. really don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. It's a good thing it's going to be dark out when I see this thing. It's the only saving grace. And the other saving grace is on stream, it looks really, really washed out, so you can't tell how shitty it actually looks. Which is really nice. Yeah, that looked like a shit. But whatever. Good with it. A lot of white. I'm gonna need white. I'm gonna need white so I can remake this yellow over here. I gotta remake this yellow. But I used a lot of white on that. I used a lot of white. Yellow. That one's a scratch color. That's garbage. That's another scratch. No, that was the teeth. But that one right there was just junk. But this yellow here. This yellow here is all the yellow that's on everything. And I'm out of white. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not a fashion show, that's for sure. And nobody's gonna be paying attention too much to that. Hopefully. Hopefully nobody's paying too much attention to that. Yellow. Yellow what? Green, green, yellow. It's an old racist joke. Yeah, yellow. Yeah, the yellow that's on the face, all this yellow here. Yeah, it's definitely the camera. What camera is that? That one. Not that one.
that one. Yeah, now we talking. That yellow. Can you see the yellow now? Basically, that's what it's gonna look like in the dark. Can't alter this a bit, eh? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, it's hard to get all the lighting in this room is shit. I've got a ring light here, which is right around the camera itself, and then I've got another light up here, which is a 42-inch light bar, LED light bar, which is bright as shit. I got that masked over just so that I'm not completely washed out. Um, this fucker likes to wash everything out though. If I drop it down too low, you can't see anything at that point. That throws off the color. And as soon as I turn that on, it just washes it out. That's a good light there for me to actually see what the hell I'm doing, but you can't really see a whole hell of a lot from where you're at, which sucks, but whatever. Um, you can see that there's colors there. You can see that there's paint. You can see that there's paint on colors. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the store. I gotta get white. It's 10 o'clock now. I could probably make it up to the store and get back in an hour or so. I do that. I go up to the store and get more paint just because I didn't realize I was going to use that much freaking white, but clearly we used a lot of white. Um, and I might let these dry overnight and completely redo those. Dude, that's what I was talking about earlier, man. Like, we live in a weird ass fucking world. It is so jacked up. It's not even funny anymore. Like, it doesn't even make any sense anymore. Honestly, it just doesn't. I mean, everything's already upside down and backwards, and it's crazy. It's just an absolute crazy world. I just put on the blinders and say, that's not me. And if I gotta deal with it, well, I haven't helped anybody that crosses my path if I gotta deal with that kind of shit. Send you to meet your maker. You want to play those kind of games? But yeah, we're gonna need more white before I can go any further with this, which freaking sucks. That sucks. That sucks a lot because I was kind of hoping to make a little bit more progress today, but apparently not.
And now I gotta let that dry before I can do anything else with it. Um, Once it does dry, at least I know kind of a mixture of what a lighter color would be, and then I can redo all of that so that it actually covers over solid, because it's not solid at all right now. I wish I could show you how shitty this looks. There was a way to get this to just show off how shitty it looks. It looks terrible. I just slap paint on it. It looks like trash. It almost looked better with it being the darker color just because at least it was all solid. But yeah, yeah, that's what we're dealing with now. Now I gotta fix that. So yeah, it looks like complete shit now. Or the nice thing is these are mirror images of one another. Oh look, we start over. So effectively, the way that these bolt up, these holes line up, everything matches up, bada boom. However, if I put it on the other side, the holes match up. We start over. So I gotta let this dry and determine what I want to do and what's going to be easier. Starting over might actually be easier. Um, and then as far as the face goes, I was gonna paint in like the jaw or the dimples. I was gonna paint those in, but honestly, I kind of like it just how it is without the dimples on it. So without the dimples, it doesn't look too terrible. And I really don't want to fuck it up by putting dimples on it. I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at with it. But either which way, aside from that, we've accomplished next to nothing in 4 hours. Congratulations. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a great 4 hours of dicking off and literally not accomplishing anything other than screwing those right to hell. Whatever. I'm over it. Aside from those being screwed straight to hell, we got the face pretty much how I want it. I don't think I'm gonna make a whole lot of changes with that. I think that's gonna look good like that. That can go the hell away. Let's see if we can't do this. Nope, we can't do that. But it's a little bit of an idea as to what that's gonna look like. A little bit of an idea what that's gonna look like. Get a better angle on it, and we can show you the one. It wasn't me. It was the one-eyed man. Drag that out of the way. Slide that out of the way. Put that right about there. Top down, and that's about what he's gonna look like. Not too much, which I kind of want to keep it pretty simplistic. And then once the eyelids and all that come together, then it'll be all right. I can't do anything with assembling anything until I get the matte clear coat and get everything clear coated. So and the gloss clear coat for the eyes. So I'm kind of at a standstill with reassembling everything. Once I get the matte clear coat on the eyelids, once I get all that sealed up with the matte, and I get the clear coat on the eyeballs themselves, then I'll be able to start assembling everything and get everything back together, which would be nice to get everything back together. At least start and get everything back together will be nice because the sooner I can kind of condense everything that's here by putting it back together, the happier I'm going to be and the better I'm going to feel about it, because it won't be just a clusterfuck, which is what it is currently. Not a fan, but whatever. And then we still got to go through and figure out how we're going to do with the ESP32. We got to test. We got to test this. This is the jaw bracket, or the jaw arm for opening and closing the mouth. So this is just going to bolt on right here. Designed a little notch here. So that'll just go in there like so. It'll bolt through. The other end will then bolt up to servo. And then we'll have to figure out the code to make him open and close his mouth in some kind of a, I don't know, talking fashion. Just kind of whatever. So yeah. I feel useless today. Could have been more productive, but hey, whatever. That's just kind of how it is, I guess, right? So, oh well. Oh well. We can do what we can. And on that note, I think we're gonna call that a day. Go fuck with Scotty. Why? Because Scotty doesn't know. We go and see Astro. We could go and see Babe. Let's go say hi to Babe. Yeah, let's go raid Babe. Let's go raid the Babe. Alrighty, y'all. I will catch y'all later.
My name's Jalopy Jones. Let me show you what I know. Got the holes in my clothes and the rhymes no one knows. Playing games.